birthday of April 2026. The town of Cardston acknowledges that we are located on traditional Blackfoot Confederacy territory. We've got the additions. Are there any additions to this? Go ahead, Councillor.
Just more of a question regarding the water source for the golf course.
Okay. So in order to add to the agenda, we need a unanimous council. Are you all unanimous in bringing a question forward? Are we good?
Where's the banana split? Sure.
Yeah, we have. Okay, can I have a motion to for the adoption or for the
Addition.
addition to the minutes, please? Go ahead, Councillor.
I'll make that motion that we add that to the agenda.
Okay, so we're gonna put it under questions, so it'll be 8A.
Hold on, Mayor. We have some procedural stuff to work through here.
Go ahead.
So we need a motion to allow the addition to the agenda, and that must be unanimous. Then a motion to adopt the agenda.
Okay, so Councillor Johnson, just change your wording just a little bit.
Make that motion to add the question to the agenda.
To 8A. All in favor?
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, now can I have a motion, Councillor?
Yeah, I will make a motion to accept the April 28th, 2026 agenda with the addition.
Perfect. All in favor? Thank you. All right, we will go right into our delegation at 5 o'clock. We've got Shannon Frank from Old Man Watershed. Come on up. Welcome.
Just need 1 second.
You bet.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
It's going to work. Excellent, thank you. Perfect. All right, thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate making time on your busy schedules. I'm Shannon Frank. I'm the CEO of the Old Man Watershed Council based in Lethbridge, and I've been the CEO for almost 15 years now, so I'm happy to provide some information on what we've been up to the past year and answer any questions. So you would have received our annual donation request recently, so want to make sure you have all the information you need to consider that. So the first and foremost, we are a neutral forum for all voices, and what that means is we don't take positions on anything. We provide information and we, talk about tough issues, but we don't take positions. And the main way that we consider all voices and hear all voices is on our board of directors. We have 19 seats, including 3 for municipalities. So you have a seat for towns and villages. That's currently filled by Mayor Brad Schlossberger from Claresholm, and his alternate is Councillor Laurie Harrison from Colehurst. And we also have a seat for MDs and counties, and a seat for the city of Lethbridge, and many other seats from all sectors. We have an industry seat, ag seat, irrigation seat, health, academia, environment, etc. I won't go through them all, but just to give you an idea, there's, we try to include everybody, and we're really just working together for watershed security. So these are our 4 designated roles as a watershed council. We're actually one of 11 watershed councils in Alberta, so we cover the Old Man River watershed, and there's one for the Bow River, Red Deer River, etc. And we're designated through the Government of Alberta's Water for Life strategy to perform these 4 roles, and I'll give you some highlights from each of those next. So this is the Old Man Watershed. This is where we work, all of the tributaries that drain into the Old Man River. So it includes, Waterton River, Lee Creek, all the ones you would be familiar with in this area, all the way up to Willow Creek and Little Bow River. The north part goes to about High River, and it's an odd shape because it's all of the land that actually flows into the river from any peak. And so that's why it makes its odd shape. And that's what a watershed is. It's just all of the land that drains into a common place, in this case the Oldman River. So I'm going to skip this video because I know we only have about 10 minutes. So we'll just keep going. So we work really hard to take a holistic approach to watershed health, thinking about the economic needs of our communities, the social issues and needs of our communities, and the planet. So whether we call it social, environmental, economic, or people, planet, profit, we're trying to work at that intersection and meet the needs of the community at a broad scale. So over the past 20 plus years, we've really grown and taken on new projects and roles, and we've been really proud to build that broad support across sectors. So I won't go through all these numbers, but we do have almost 200 partners now that we work with on various projects. We have over 700 members. We have a following on our newsletter, about almost 10,000 people, and growing every day. With Lethbridge being almost in the center of our watershed's almost round, which is very unusual. We have being local and being in the community has been really important to us. So just getting into some of our projects now. So on our convening and collaborating role, this has really been focused on a couple of key things. One is in training partners, whether it's training them how to take water samples, how to monitor their local stream, if they have a stream on their land or flowing through their community, organizing volunteers to come out to events, whether it's for weed control or garbage cleanup or replanting vegetation. We can help bring out quite a few folks to local events. And most recently, we developed this ecosystem services calculator that I'm really excited about, because now we're able to actually speak to the economic value of the services that we're helping provide. And so just this past year, we developed this new calculator, and we just calculated the numbers for the work we've done this past year on about 600 hectares of land, mostly grassland, but a little bit of forest, and a lot of it on the riparian stream banks, the creek banks. We have influenced and helped maintain and restore over $75 million per year in what we call ecosystem services. So water filtration, air purification, preventing damage from floods, ensuring there's a reliable water supply during drought. So all of those services that nature provides us for free, we're actually starting to put numbers on and saying, this is the value of these services. And now we can do that with this wonderful tool that we created. So in the last year, we've contributed about $75 million per year on the land that we've been restoring and improving. And we'll get to restoration in a second, but education and literacy is another key pillar of our work. And we here in Cardston, for example, we run the extreme science program with youth at the high schools. And so what we've been doing, this program, is basically we take the kids outside, they get into waders, and they get right in the stream using a net, and they shuffle their feet around, do a little dance, and they actually collect bugs from the bottom of the creek. And that tells us a lot about the health of the creek and the water quality. And so we're training the next generation of scientists, and that's been a really popular program. So we have lots of different education programs. Another one is responsible recreation in the backcountry. We go out to staging areas and campgrounds and busy places and talk to people directly about, using public land wisely and, taking out your garbage, just trying to recreate responsibly while you're out there. And then another one is our egg literacy project. So we're, again, taking urban folks out onto farms and ranches and help showing them how food is grown, how land is managed, and helping them learn how agriculture is an important part of our watershed, because we have heard from producers that they feel like urban folks don't understand as much where their food comes from, especially in the larger urban centers. So that's a program we developed to help fill that need. I mentioned monitoring and assessments a little bit. So this is becoming an increasingly important role for us, especially with the drought. We started monitoring groundwater wells with a partner called Living Lakes Canada. And so we have enough funding to monitor 9 wells right now. And that's really going to complement the 13 wells that the government of Alberta monitors. So we're almost doubling the capacity, which is great. We do a lot of monitoring on the eastern slopes using that the bug sampling that I mentioned. That's called that's our aquatic monitoring program, and we've been doing about 20 sites per year, and that's going to continue for the next 5 years, and then we'll resample those sites in 5 years and see if things have improved where we've done restoration work, for example. And then lastly, I just want to mention our State of the Watershed assessment. So we did one in 2010, and oh, it's cutting off the end, but that's okay. It's covering your area here anyway. So 2010 was our last report card. That's where this comes from, and we're actually updating it now. We just launched a new project for that, and so it'll be coming out in 2027, and hopefully these numbers and colors will improve because we've been doing a lot of land enhancement work and restoration work, but it's going to be really valuable to help us monitor what's happening on the ground. And then our last bucket, of course, was the planning and implementation bucket. And this is where we do that on-the-ground restoration work. So whether it's plantings, we do a lot of willow plantings because that is the rebar of the stream bank that holds the soil together and prevents erosion. So we do a lot of that. And also sometimes fencing out those areas if there's, to prevent cattle or bison from accessing them all of the time, so it can be controlled to less sensitive times. We work a lot with the agricultural community on land enhancements on their property, whether it's off-stream waterers for cattle, beaver coexistence, planting pollinator habitat, all of those sorts of things. We've been doing that for over 20 years now, and we've done over 150 projects, so we're really proud of that. And we call that our Watershed Legacy Program, and those are kind of the on-the-ground grants that we give to landowners and municipalities as well. Like if you wanted to do a pollinator garden in the town, or do some work on a stream bank, or anything like that, we would be there to support that. And ultimately just try to improve the watershed together. That's really what we're all about. So yeah, happy to answer questions. And if you'd like to sign up as a member, really encourage you to pull out your phone and scan the QR code, and you can sign up. It takes only a couple seconds, and then you'll receive our newsletter and keep up to date. And I did bring paper copies of our annual report if anybody would like one. I know you probably received it digitally, but sometimes it's nice to have a paper copy.
Awesome. You can just leave them with CAO. Thank you. There's 7.
And they all have minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. Questions, Council? Anyone have questions for her? Councillor Corey.
Just briefly, I know you're not political, but what's the feel around your table about Grassy Mountain?
That's a common question. No problem at all. So coal, of course, is very controversial right now. And so what we've been doing, because we don't take positions, but we share information, is like researching the going through the environmental impact assessment, for example, researching everything we can find, talking to stakeholders, and we've released probably 6 or 7 blogs about it over the last few years, and to answer people's questions, provide all that information. And I've done like dozens of presentations specifically about that topic. We've done everything we can to share information, and whether it's the potential environmental impacts, which are pretty significant. If you read through the environmental impact report, it spells it out right there. From the previous application, we talk about the economic benefits, though. We also talk about the social impacts, health impacts. So yeah, that's our approach, is just sharing as much information as we can and encouraging people to make up their own mind, come up with their own views on things, and to actively participate in public engagement processes. So we're often sharing those opportunities, saying, this is your chance to have your say.
Yeah. Councillor Johnson.
Do you monitor snowpack and things like that, or is that not part of your purview?
So we don't monitor snowpack. The Environment and Protected Areas does that, but we do follow along very closely on it's actually on the rivers.gov.ca website, and about end of March, early April is when we start paying attention to that. That's when we get our peak snowpack. So right now it's very good. It's like, for the most part, other than one snow pillow in the States, is very high. So that's great. Our reservoirs are nearly full already. They're likely going to need to release some water because we won't be able to hold it all. And but I am still hearing concerns about drought in pockets of areas where they can't access water easily. The dugouts are empty in some areas. Creeks have been drying up. And back to Tim's point about coal, we are hearing a lot of concern about selenium contamination from coal mining, and so we have started monitoring selenium as well, and it is below the threshold currently, so we have a good idea of where it is now.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Well, thank you very much for coming. We sure appreciate it and appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, we'll move right along. We've got Sean Lane from Mercer Wild Group.
Sean Cook.
He did give me a long name. He's looking around like, who is this Lane character?
That's his brother.
Perfect. From Mercer Wild Group for our audit. Come on in. Welcome.
Thank you. Now, I know some of you, and you probably know I'd answer to both of those names, Lane being my brother. It's an easy mix-up. So glad to be with you here today. We're at the conclusion of your financial reporting process. Many of you have been through this process before, and you're familiar with the audit process. For your organization, I'm asked to kind of go over the audit, and then your management team by Jeff and I just kind of gonna flesh out some of the numbers. Now, a little bit of that is the roles. In our audit report, if you have that on your laptops, the audit report's page number 2.
They have all that uploaded.
I
I didn't have it on my package.
Oh,
Yeah, check again. Sorry, we just got this afternoon. Let me just get everybody there quick.
Yep.
So should be 5A.
Maddie's bylaw.
I don't have five.
There's no finding.
No.
Yeah.
It's on the agenda, but it's not in our packet.
Yeah.
Okay, I will. I don't have it on mine either, Sean. Oh, look down. Where is it?
Oh, there it is, under 7B.
Okay, yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
It didn't get moved. There it is.
Getting too old.
Everybody good?
Yep. Perfect. You're good to go.
Okay, thank you. I probably can explain this part fairly well. It's the audit report that we see quite often. The audit report is what we're asked to do as auditors for organizations. We perform our audit procedures, and which in a simpler form, adds validity to the financial numbers that are presented in your annual financial statement. So just to kind of show a couple of the components of the responsibilities, there's a section on responsibilities of management. So that's the reminder that your financial team has a responsibility to maintain the accounting system, do the financial reporting during the year, effectively have a good system that reports regularly throughout the reporting year. Our responsibilities as auditors is to come and add validity to those numbers by doing our audit procedures, verifying to statements, vouching and sampling procedures, tracing it to invoices and bills and things like that, and various other audit procedures that we do to effectively add that the numbers are reporting are accurate and reasonable. Which brings us to our audit opinion, which is in the second paragraph, which is a clean audit opinion for the town, which effectively says the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the consolidated financial position of the town at December 31st and the results of its operations and changes in net assets. So the financial statements, the components of that is the financial position, which lists the assets and liabilities of the town, and then the statement of operations, which reports the revenues and expenses. And that's what Jeff's going to touch base on a little bit on after me. So from our perspective, the audit went well. We appreciate your management team, Jill, answering a lot of our questions. I think she fielded a lot of them. When we go into audit, as long as we can see sufficient backup and support, we're able to give our conclusions that there's just substance to all of the numbers and balances. And then when you interpret the financial reports, you're able to make your own conclusions and opinions about where things are at when you have that reliable information. And that's the important part of a financial reporting model is your reliable accounting system, so you as counselors can at any point have your questions answered by getting more information from the accounting records as needed. So we do appreciate your management team and for all their help. We were able to complete all of our audit procedures. The final conclusion of the audit, you'll notice these statements are in draft. This is a final draft, just to have the presentation today. Once they're approved, we prepare the final clean financial report, which then is submitted to the government here before the end of the month.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions, Council? I mean, not that it's not action-packed, and we appreciate it.
I did leave that part out because usually I say like that's the real part is coming up in the numbers, but we do appreciate working with you and enjoy that.
Thank you. And thank you, Jill. We appreciate all you do for us. Well, thank you very much for coming,
Okay.
Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move right along to 4A. Can I have a motion to approve the regular meeting of council? Councillor Kinley?
Yeah. From April 14th, 2026.
Perfect. All in favor? All right, 5A. So that will be the 2025 financial statement review and consideration of the approval. Can I have a motion to?
Not yet, Mayor.
After. I'm so excited.
I know, I
I'm so
appreciate
excited.
that, I do. Your expediency is not lost on me, thank you. Council, it's important if I go over a few items with you first. And so I'm not going to go through this all these different statements in any detail. I'm happy to answer any questions for you. And I've asked Sean to stick around in case I can't answer a question for you. And Jill's also here as backup. We got these final drafts this afternoon, and then I had a policing meeting with some of you. So you grant me some grace if I don't have all the numbers worked out. But as Sean said, the auditor looks at our processes We very much appreciate our auditor. We appreciate Mercer Wild for giving feedback where there might be processes that aren't as thorough as they could be. For you new counselors, I want to be clear that it's different than in our personal lives. We don't get audited when there's concerns or when there's an issue. It's part of our annual practice. So every year the auditor reviews financial statements. It's not because there was an issue at some point in time. And we appreciate that work. Sean and Patrick and their team do good work for us. And like the mayor already mentioned, I appreciate Jill. So get your mind around every single transaction that this town conducts goes through Jill. So whatever the level, whether it's millions or pennies, she gets to make sure that goes in the right account and that it's accounted for correctly. So it's just a ton of work. We don't have a lot of margin for error as municipalities to be careless in the numbers, and so she does a lot of work there. And also, and some of you may not know this, especially you new councillors, appreciative to Jeff DeYoung from the County of Warner. So we contract the County of Warner for accounting services. And Jeff DeYoung is their accountant and does work for us, and him and Jill work closely together. So I just want to touch on a couple of things. If you go to page 4, that's the consolidated statement of financial position. So that's essentially saying, where were we at year end? Where did we sit December 31st? So it's not telling much of a story of how we got there. It's just saying, oh, and sorry, council, this is on your screens. This is on the financial statements on your screens. I'll get to those wonderful 11 by 17 shortly. So if you go to the audited financial statement, basically just a couple things from a management point of view that I look at on this statement of financial position is when we ended the year, what did our cash, what did our asset value, and what did our debt look like? And in a perfect world, your cash is still healthy, your assets have increased, and your debt did not go up. That's a perfect conservative world, depending on what your goals are at the time. So in this year, you can see we have cash and investments on hand is up about $500,000. And then in our liabilities, long-term debt is down based on the payments we made on the solar farm. And are at the very bottom on accumulated surplus. Actually, let me go one line back up to tangible capital assets. So that's pretty flat. So what it's saying is we're investing enough in our assets that we are keeping pace with a few $1,000 exception here, but keeping pace with depreciation on those assets. So investing in to keep the value up. Now, the reason I look at all three of those together is if you as a council said, hey, Jeff, we want to see the asset value go way up. And I say, okay, I can just borrow huge amounts of money to make the asset value go up. Or I can just drain cash to do it too. That's all fine, right? So I look at them all together and say, is cash stable? Is debt stable? Is assets stable? And the goal is to try and keep them all relatively stable. Now, we're going to see dramatic changes in this number, hopefully a year from now, when we take on the largest capital project the town's ever taken on. And so we're going to see debt go up. We're going to see asset value go up.
Just to be clear, that's the sewer treatment plant.
Yes, the sewer treatment plant. So we'll see some of those.
I don't want to
Clubhouse.
say that on the
Yeah.
record.
Yeah, that's a $24 million clubhouse. You heard it here first, folks. No, just kidding. Just kidding. It is a sewer plant. And so you'll see tangible capital assets go up a lot. As that project progresses, you will see debt go up and you'll see reserves come down. But that was planned for. That's appropriate. So I'm not worried about it. So those are the key metrics that I look at on the accumulated surplus. And just to be clear, that doesn't mean it's just a bunch of cash sitting in a bank account. Accumulated surplus consists of roads, water, buildings, anything with a useful life that's in service is what that holds. So that statement of financial position is where we were at December 31st. If you go to the next statement, the statement of operations, it's essentially what did we do in the year? And I'm just going to touch on a couple of things. It's broken into revenue and expense, what we earned, what we spent. So revenue stayed fairly constant. It was down just a touch, but it stayed pretty consistent. And so expenses followed, and we had an excess of revenue over expenses of about $500,000. And so what happens there is that's operationally. So it tells me at a quick glance that operationally we generate enough to cover off the operations of the town. That's what it tells me. And then that $514,000 almost always, not always, but almost always goes to fund capital projects. So there's cash, there's local government fiscal framework, there's Canada Building Fund, and we take that pot of money for capital. Because remember, this is just looking at our operations. One thing to point out, because it's a big anomaly, near the end under the other line, it says government transfers for capital. We budgeted 14 million. We realized only 1.15. Now that was the Alberta Water Wastewater Grant for the wastewater plant. It's been transferred over to the next fiscal year. That's really the only big thing I wanted to show on the statement of operations. I wanted to point out, let me just check what my notes were here.
Jeff, can I ask a question?
Of course, yeah.
So on the revenue and expenses, like where do we want to be? Like, is that like having a $500,000? Like, is that good where we want to be, or like where money wise, where do we want to be with that?
I'm not trying to cop out of the answer, but the answer is it depends. So when we work on budget with you and you have, let's say we've got a list of capital things we want to do, and I don't have enough grant funding to cover them all, well, then I might say to you, I need $500,000 in taxes coming from operations or fees or something to cover the rest. Well, then that's the right number. So it depends how aggressive all the aspects of the budget are. If we weren't doing any capital, for example, which we're doing millions of dollars, but if we weren't doing any, I'd say, look, we don't really need to have a $514,000 operational surplus. Because in our budget, we're transferring to reserves, we're transferring to those savings accounts, and that's all outside of that $514,000. But in this case, that's going to fund capital. So it just depends on what's in your budget and what you're trying to fund. I would obviously be very concerned if any municipality wasn't generating enough revenue to cover operations. That's a problem. Yeah. Because where are you coming up with the difference? Are you borrowing for it? Are you depleting reserves? Like, what's the underlying story there? So that's a concern. And when you have, like we do, a $12 to $16 million budget, as a percentage, I'm not particularly bothered by $500,000 that's going into capital. I think that's a decent number. Okay. If you will scroll in your case, I just want to show a couple of things, because for some of you counselors, this is the first time you've seen these statements. If you can scroll to page 19, what it is between here and there, by the way, and throughout this, is there's a ton of notes. So as you're looking at those statement of operations and the financial statement, it might say note 1, note 2, note 3. If you go to the back, you'll see all of those notes, and it'll give you more detail. I did just want to point out investments. So, sorry, that was really...
He's on the roof over there.
There's a silhouette of someone in the window there.
Both showing up over here.
They're on the roof, doing the roof of the courthouse.
Oh, I can see this.
Yeah, sorry, that took me just a second. Yikes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, back to investments. Thank you. So note 4 on page 19, I just want to show that this is showing where our investments are. And in this case, in the end of 2025, the market value for investments was about 6.4 million. One of the key metrics I quickly look at, it's not perfect, but I look at very quickly, is if I take my amount of investments and I take my amount of cash, do I have enough to cover off all the reserves? Because that gets really concerning to me. If we say on paper, which we're going to talk about in a minute, if we say the town has $11 million in reserves, but I don't have enough cash or investments to cover it off, there's something that's gone a little bit awry. We've bled money out somewhere. So if you as a council said, hey, everything we're reserving for, we want to spend in 2026, do I have enough cash to do it? And then do I have enough cash to still make payroll and still pay the bills and the accounts payable? So those are some of the metrics from a management point of view we have a quick look at. I'm pleased to say that we have enough cash and investments to cover reserves, and that's a good position. Well, it's an imperative position to be in, if I might. You don't want to get under on that. If you flip the page over to note 9, this is just, if you hear about, we talk about debt and borrowing, and there are prescribed debt limits a municipality has. We cannot borrow greater than our overall debt limit, and we cannot exceed our debt servicing limit. So what that means is it's one thing to say that you can borrow X amount of dollars, but you actually have the capacity to pay the principal and interest on that amount of dollars. And so that's what these two numbers are. They come from our financial statements. They're a percentage of some of the metrics in our financial statements. So the town currently has a debt limit of 17 million.
Jeff, 1 second.
So how does a town like us, how do you get over this when you're paying for the treatment plant? Like, do you have to get permission? Like,
Yeah,
'cause
so
how do towns,
we won't be we'll only be debt financing the treatment plant about 4 million if all goes well. So we're fine. You would have to get ministerial approval if there was some reason why you had to exceed your debt limit.
so I guess I'm saying not for us, but other municipalities that couldn't get grants, like,
It's ministerial approval. And they will look at your cash flow ability. So that's that next part, the debt servicing limit. So what this is saying is based on your financials, even if you shave down almost all the services you provide, this is as much as you could afford to pay in debt servicing in a year. And you'd have to cut back other stuff. Don't get me wrong. We don't have just 3 million kicking around operationally for debt service, but we do generate enough revenue that if we scale back on a bunch of other things, we could pay it. And so we are bound by those. And there are communities that have had to get ministerial approval to exceed that. And that's a tremendous challenge, because just imagine, so if we maxed out our debt limit, almost all the taxes we took in would go to debt servicing. We wouldn't have any to do any services, right? That would be a huge burden, a terrible one. So I just wanted to make you aware of where those numbers come from. Otherwise, like I said, there's 20 notes in this. I wasn't intending to go through them in great detail, but if there's any questions, please ask, and don't be afraid to ask me later. So take this home and chew on it, and if something doesn't make sense, please ask me later. We are asking for an approval of the financial statement tonight so that we can get it submitted to the province, but questions always on the table. The other document that we need approval tonight from council is the reserves listing, and so that's the 11/17 that we've handed out. So, and Mayor, I do want to apologize. I think I told you we could lump these into one motion, which we probably could. Historically, we've done them as two motions, and so I'm thinking if we just we approve the financial statements and then approve the reserves listing separately would be great. Now, this reserves listing is unique to any that we've had before, and I'll explain why. And some of you may remember the details, and you're doing better than I am because they're already a little bit fuzzy for me. But last year, we had some timing issues on trying to set the reserves. And so we simply did it as a part of budget last year. We didn't do the reserve listing like we normally do, and we dealt with reserves in budget. We've gone back to trying to correct that and get back to what we did historically. We thought maybe it was a good way to go. We've changed our minds on that. So in this reserves listing, if you just start at the very first one, general government, you have your opening balance of January 2025, and then you have transfers from operating, and your sheets have a note above it. That's the 2024, and the next column is 2025. Okay, so there's two in this one, so we can get everything caught up and where it needs to be. Then you have two over transfer to operating, and then your closing balances. Now, please be mindful. This is your closing balance as of December 31st, 2025. We have used significant reserves in the 2026 budget. So this is, again, as of December 31st, 2025. Now, we can, if we are talking on other subjects and we need to get an idea of what that exact balance is, we can get that information for you. But in public works, in wastewater treatment plant, clubhouse, there's money in 2026 budget that's coming out of these closing balances because it's the next fiscal year. So just be mindful of that. There's not a lot. I mean, this is fairly self-explanatory. You can just see your closing balances on each line. Our reserves are made up of a number of different, well, what should I say? We handle different reserves a little bit differently. We have reserves that we keep at a topped up amount every year. So, for example, you might remember, I think it was a month and a half ago, I think I came to you and asked for a transfer from reserves from council approved capital for the filtration system at the water plant. So we didn't have it in the budget. We didn't know how to fund it, but we try and keep $100,000 in any given year for things that come up mid-year. So what happens is then we'll tax for that the next year to top it back up. So some of these accounts, we're always just trying to cap at a certain amount, and you'll see that in the notes, cap at 50,000, cap at 10,000. And we're just trying to keep a rainy day fund there. Other things are like council approved or major utility capital. That's your biggest one in here, $3.86 million. That's going to your sewer plant. That's for the big end of the big capital that comes up from time to time. There's also some, just still on page 1, but in the second column, like the fire truck replacement. And that looks like a great healthy number, but fire trucks are projected to be $1 million a piece now. That's the cost for one fire truck, is approaching $1 million. And so we're putting away $50,000 a year. And I'll let you do the math on how many years it takes to get to $1 million. Now, thankfully, we share that with the county. We pay about 40% of that capital, but we run multiple fire trucks. We don't just have one fire truck. We have many fire trucks. So as much as some of these look robust, they get drained rather quickly. One of the things about having reserves that helps us tremendously is when we're looking at large scale or any kind of project, it helps so much if you have some cash on hand. So we've seen that even in the wastewater project that we're working on. The fact that we have some of the money on hand, you can leverage that for getting bigger dollars. So, you know, we're leveraging I think when we did our reporting to ERA and to water wastewater, you know, we have 3 million of our own money in the game, and we've leveraged that for roughly another, 18 million, for those kinds of things. So having reserves is great because it's a rainy day if something goes drastically wrong, but it's also great when you have shovel-ready projects and you need to leverage for grants. It's really important. So I'm quite comfortable with the levels of reserves we have. That this number is going to be drastically different as our next 2 projects finish, and that's what they're for. That's perfectly fine, and then we start again. We build them up. If you just want to look at a summary, go to the very last page of this, and then I'll finish up here. So you can see there's a box entitled Summary, and it just breaks down the amount of reserves by functional category. So general government, protective and emergency services, transportation, water, wastewater, etc. And then all before that kind of breaks down if there's specific projects. Many reserve accounts are created by motion of council. That's how they got there in the first place. So a previous council said, we want to see an account for this. When we get to the end of the year, and if we have a little bit of cash surplus left over, we generally transfer it back to the department it came from. So when you look at these 7 or 8 departments here in the summary, we'd generally say, okay, in electrical, we had 50,000 or 100,000. Okay, it's going to go back to electrical for future equipment, or what public works is a big one. And then any kind of all the little miscellaneous. This year, again, we put in major utility capital, just with the sewer plant looming. But please remember, council, as much as we take some administrative liberty to put those in accounts, you can move that at any time by motion of council. This is your baby. And while it's relevant that other councils have made motions for reserving, you're the relevant council of the day. This is yours. So we will advise you on the appropriateness of use for certain things, but we take some liberty administratively to say, let's plunk it in here for year end. But again, you can make a motion at any council meeting to move it where you see fit. So I just want to make that clear too. Other than that, if I might, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Sean, Jill, did I miss anything critical? We're okay? All right. Well then, unless there's some other questions and other concerns before we ask for a motion to approve those, that's my quick overview of the statements.
Thank you. Council, any questions in regards to this? Seeing none, may I have a motion? First of all, let's approve the reserves. Councillor Smith.
Make a motion to approve the reserves for this term.
For 2026.
2026. Yeah.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor? I have a second motion.
Make a motion to
Counselor Sell.
approve the financial statements as presented.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Hey, Mayor, if I could just get a quick signature, then I can send Sean on his way. Just the top line in Councillor Court, I'll get you to sign the second line.
That's red.
Oh, it sure is. I'll switch you back there.
Are you not allowed to sign in red?
No.
Really?
No.
Black?
I did not know
Do you
that.
want me to sign on all of those?
No, the rest
Just
were
that
black.
one. Okay. Sounds good.
Councillor Court.
Because it's not legal.
What do you got?
I didn't know that.
We were back.
Trust me, as a school teacher, when kids write in red pen, it's annoying.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna keep moving. So on to 5B. So draft bylaw amendment 1718A, unsightly property. Let's just go there. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I got to get there too. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
So this amendment is the CPO, Lior, asked if we would bring this to council. This is making some changes in the bylaw relative to the ticketing and how we manage ticketing. For tonight, we're just asking for first reading.
Yeah.
And then we can drill down on this a little bit more thoroughly for you at an upcoming council. But we are looking for a new schedule and some changes in the wording of issuing tickets.
Council, do you have any questions in regards to this? I think it's great. Councillor Johnson?
No questions.
Questions? Can I have somebody make a motion? Councillor Court.
I make a motion that we move bylaw 1718A be given first reading.
Thank you.
Okay.
No questions? All in favor? Perfect. And we'll just hold there. All right, so we're going to move right along to 6A. So this one is, this one's me. 6. Okay, so Heritage Days. I was talking to administration just in regards to Heritage Days this year, but because we have a new council, I thought it was important to pitch it to you what has been done in the years past, because this council, like administration has says, can decide you don't like something, you want something, you want to add to it, you want to minus it. I think it's your decision. It's our decision to make. So I'm just going to pitch you, and for those of you that have been a part of it, you know, so bear with me. So typically for Heritage Week, we start the Monday and we have the luau. So it is swimming at the pool for families on Heritage Day. We do a luau, we have all the things and have a great time. And then we move every day that week, there's stuff going on. We decided to do that, Councillor Court and Councillor Selk, we decided to do that, I want to say 7 years ago, right in there somewhere. We didn't want Heritage Days to just be Agrodome and to just be family baseball. We felt like we needed things for families during the week. And so we kind of started thinking outside the box. And so then we have Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we have our mini powwow demonstrations. We do those at the hospital, the Remington Center, and at the Lee Crest for the seniors. And the seniors love them. And that's what I can say about that. And then we have farmers markets going on that week. We have the Agrodome events, mud bogs. I don't know. We haven't heard if they're doing that again. We have the quilters do a quilters show of their quilts going on that week. We've had sidewalk art and rock painting, contests for kids. FCSS was a part of that. Councillor Kenley, Councillor Court, what else am I missing? Those are the things.
Yeah.
And of course, we've got the baseball going on. And so those are, I just wanted to run it past you. Is there anything, we don't need a motion or anything. I just wanted you to be a part of it.
You mentioned
Councillor,
fireworks?
oh, sorry. Can't forget those fireworks.
The golf course, the tournament.
Oh yeah, and we have the glow in the dark
Par in the
tournament.
Stars.
Yeah, Par in the Stars, which sells out every year, and that goes really well.
Did you say
Councillor
that?
Smith,
Did you say that we're just waiting to hear about the mini chucks?
I did not say that. No,
Are we waiting to hear about the mini chucks?
They aren't usually during Heritage.
no, they're not.
They're
during
not
Heritage.
during
No,
Heritage.
that's Remington Days, and that's a
Oh.
separate event
Okay.
and a separate week.
So
Councillor, sorry, go ahead. Are you good? Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I was just gonna ask, have we ever struck, like, now that it might not be needed, but
Yeah.
a committee with like stakeholders in the town to come up with ideas that maybe we're missing, or maybe like, is that an idea we want to do, or is it just not? Do we want to go down that road? Like, I don't know.
So in my time in 8 years plus years on council, I don't think we've struck that. What we did was council came up with some ideas, as did some key stakeholders in the community. And they pitched their wants and needs, and they've run them. Like Atkins ran it for a bit, and we've had different, soccer did some stuff, and we've had different groups do different things during that week. But have we had a committee that's their main focus? No.
I'm not saying it's necessary. I think we do a good job of what we do already, and we do a lot. I think. I wonder if there's ideas out there that
We're missing.
maybe people are afraid to approach council or. Anyways, it's just an idea. Maybe we don't want to go down that road, but
it's a great idea. Great idea.
Even if it's
I'm
like
happy to-
meeting like 2 times before Heritage Days.
Yep.
So just an idea.
Councillor Johnson, you good? I'm
Yeah,
reading your eyebrows.
I just didn't know this topic was about this, so it kind of hits me by surprise. And so, I applaud what we've done, and I think it's great. But I kind of like this. How did these things evolve? How did they come about? And is there time for change? I don't mind the idea of maybe rethinking this a bit.
Awesome. And I'm happy to do that. How they came to be was previous councils.
Just their ideas.
Just their ideas, and then people that came to us as councillors saying, hey, could we do this? Could we run this for you? How about this? The quilters people, could we have a quilt show? The car show, that's the other one I forgot. We had Alan Klein. Can we do a car show that week? Can we do a car parade? Would that be great? So it hasn't just been council. Council, of course, has approved these things, but it's been incredible volunteers within our own community that have come with these ideas, I would say.
Like the road race, like the
the road race.
like the bicycle.
Yeah.
Grand Fondo.
Yeah.
They're huge now. People are coming to all of them. I don't know if they're during Heritage Week or not, but
Right. But what I can say, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying I don't think it's during Heritage.
No, it's not. But what I can say is it too late? Maybe for this year, but is it too late for us to say, next year we would like to maybe strike a committee and have some key stakeholders and meet, like you said, Councillor, a couple times? So
I'm just saying, I've had like a couple of people approach me. I would love to do like a chili cook-off or like a meats or something like for the community.
Pitter patter.
But there's I don't know what to do, and I say,
Call the town.
Go talk to the town. But
Absolutely.
Anyways.
Yeah. I mean, let's be clear. The town doesn't need one more dang thing to run.
That's why I said it might not be necessary. I don't.
But
want
we
to put it on
love
the town.
volunteer-driven and run.
But if there's ideas out there, I would love to
I
hear.
love it. Agreed.
I don't know how we get that. Do we put a survey out? What would you like to see? What do you don't like? Do you like?
Well, we could do just like we do for our advertising for the golf committee or FCSS committee. We could say, and we have people lining up for all of those. So we could say, would you like to be a part of this, Heritage Day committee? Bring some ideas.
Sarcasm.
Go ahead, Councillor.
I think the chili cook-off would be a great addition.
I'd like
I knew
to.
that it was run in Calgary successfully for years. What did you say about the do we have any place that we're setting up teepees? The Blood Tribe is bringing in teepees down at the memorial or anything like that?
So no, we just do our mini powwow demonstration. So Councillor Court, 7-ish years ago, was in Banff, and him and his wife, they were doing these mini powwow demonstrations. And so it was just essentially showing the regalia and their different kinds of dancing. And so he brought it back to council, and the council at the time, we couldn't do the big powwows because it was during COVID. And so we thought, well, and we were trying to do something for the seniors that were in the hospitals and in the auxiliary and in all of these places that weren't able to get out. And the first year, they were at the windows watching. And so that's how that came to be. So no, it's not a powwow. There's no teepees put out or anything like that. It's just taking a small demonstration to them.
Again, we don't have to make a decision. I think it would be nice that.
I love it. I think it's a great idea. So why don't you direct administration for 2027?
need more things.
Do you want to do 27 or do you want to do this year? Is it You
I
say
think
it's
we're
too
cutting it
late, but
close.
like,
I think we're cutting it close for this year, unless your people want to do the chili cook-off, like
that's not what I'm talking. I'm like, that was just an idea. I'm just saying.
new ideas. You're saying new ideas.
I thought Counselor Smith was volunteering to do the chili.
I think
I
it
don't
should
think
be
so.
the drugstore.
We can bring it up another time. It's fine.
Okay, so any other questions in regards to this? Seeing none, we're going to move along. All right. 6B, follow up from previous delegations. So this one is so this one is Just Serve. They came, they discussed, sorry, I'm just going to go to this. Does anybody, you've read the backgrounder on this and your thoughts, counselors?
I'd like to see Cardston be approved as a Just Serve town. Is that what we're
Yep, that's what we're referring
talking
to.
about?
Yep.
I was gonna say I'd like to see it, but I'd know that we have.
Yep.
We just literally did this like 6 months ago about this kind of stuff, so that we didn't want to get involved in that kind of stuff
Because of our policy.
because of the policy we implemented. So
Yeah.
based on policy, I don't think we should, but we can always change it, I guess, as this new council.
Yep.
But as of today, we probably shouldn't.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm not sure of what the policy is.
Political neutrality.
That's exactly what it is.
Political neutrality.
Yes. So we have a bylaw in place which doesn't allow us. In this bylaw, it's stipulate. Jeff, do you want to speak to this?
So the last council passed a neutrality bylaw, which is essentially saying that with regards to declarations, it says specifically, council shall make no declarations except those which relate to issues or causes that directly affect or have the potential to directly affect the town's property, operation, or service provision. And let me just, a word of clarity in there, when it talks about the town's property or operation, it's talking about the corporation, not all the people in the town. And so it's been quite a hot topic over the last number of years of what do you as a council wish to declare that you support, and what are you going to say no to, and how do you discriminate between those two things? And unfortunately, it appears that the best action has been to not declare anything, because again, how are you saying you as a council support this thing and not the other thing? Mm-hmm. It puts you in a difficult position. Mm-hmm. So the last council did pass, and it's not just about declarations, it's about crosswalks, and it's about flags, and it's about days and weeks and all those types of declarations. So I would caution you, council, to really look at this one closely. While this is a good initiative, I don't know that there's anyone that can argue that. Mm-hmm. We may want to explore different ways to support that other than a declaration based on your bylaw. But as Councillor Kenley, I believe, just said, you have discretion. It's your bylaw.
Yeah. Any other questions, Councillor Johnson?
Just stating that I like the bylaw myself, and I understand the purpose of it, and it certainly benefits us in the long run.
Yeah.
I would like to look at other ways that we can support this rather than a declaration.
Agreed. Councillor Court.
Yeah, I agree. They've obviously already contacted our football field team and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'm like you, I wish we could find a different way to, without making any kind of declaration, because then we get in trouble.
So do you want to make a motion to direct administration to find other ways of supporting this?
You just need more things to do, or? Okay, I'll make that motion that we direct administration to look into other volunteer organizations without a declaration.
Thank you. Any questions? All in favor? Thank you. The next one is Waterton Lakes National Park. They came, they spoke, we heard. There was no ask. So we're just going to move right along to Cardston Gymnastics Club. All right, so let's just go there. There's council on our laptops here. So we have had a really long time to chew on this, to discuss it. I guess my question would be to this council. Do you have any questions that are unanswered? We've received a pile of emails, and they've been great to read. Any questions? So I guess my question to this council, I think I already know the answer. I feel like there isn't an appetite at this table, and please correct me if I'm wrong, to give gymnastics the full from August to April. Am I reading you right when I say that? Okay, so then my next question would be this. So if in fact this could work, there's good, better, and best. And so what if the town gave, and when I say gave, it's not giving, it's they rent it, they pay for it. So what if we gave gymnastics from mid-August, so after Heritage Days, we have nothing going on, from mid-August to November 1st, so they could run an 8-week program, and then they tear down one time, and then the drama department does their show, their production. And then when that is done, then gymnastics goes back in and is in till mid-April. So it's one teardown and one setup. Would this council be in support of that? That means that all the other organizations, thank you, all the other organizations that wanted to use it are still, and majority of them were April on, so we're not canceling anybody out. It's still, Westwind School Division still is able to run their 2 programs. Would you be in support of this? Councillor Court.
I would, on one condition that those other community groups that might get bumped out, we find a space for them. Be it the Silk Purse or wherever it is. I have no problem with your schedule. I just want to make sure that everybody in the community has a place to go when they want to go to it.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Johnson?
And I think we talked before about a time frame for a solution, a permanent solution for this.
Absolutely. And they're already working, my understanding is fundraising to get a permanent facility for them. I mean, we want that. They'd most definitely want that, for sure. Any other questions? Counselor?
I was just looking at, like, we want to make sure, obviously, all groups are taken care of. And if the gymnastics group wants to limit the amount of time that is taken down and wear and tear on taking down, I think doing this is going to limit that, but also we can still take care of other groups that need a place to be. Because reading through the emails, lots from gymnastics, but lots from other community members and other organizations that are worried about not having a place and
having a home.
Yeah.
Yep. Counselor?
Do we know if the gymnastics club would be acceptable with this?
We do. Okay, counselors, would one of you be willing to make a motion?
Before I make that motion, or have a motion, I want to make sure that other places are available. We talk to the people that own the Silk Purse, anything like that. So if they can't get in here, we do have a place for them to go. That's my concern. So.
Okay.
Well, for instance, who?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We know that
because the majority of the list,
people.
You're right, counselors. And when I was looking at the list, the majority of them, so the people that would be misplaced off the top of my head, and correct me if I'm wrong, was the community awareness, but we have other facilities that they could do it in.
Okay.
So that's town, so we could move that somewhere else. And the drama, which we're giving them their time, which they actually requested it earlier. They didn't want it in December. They asked for it earlier, so this is actually better for them. The farmers markets, the festival, the music festival, the piano festivals, all of those is still going on in April. So I think we are covered, counselor.
I'll make that motion then.
Okay.
That we accept the plan that you drew up. That is it till November,
so
December?
Mid-August. So mid-August to November 1st.
Okay.
And then from
January to.
No, then from the middle of November to middle of April.
So what,
So.
Sorry. Go ahead. Hold on.
we're just a little unclear as the time frame here.
This is the time frame.
Thank you.
I got you. Ready? So, mid-August to November 1st. Tear down. Drama goes in. I don't have the date on the top of my head, but mid-November then they come back in and they stay till April 15th-ish, which is when they normally were coming out.
That's a 2 week.
I just don't think 2 weeks is enough. Personally.
So 3 weeks. They have it for 2 to 3 weeks right now is what the junior high and the high school have. I checked today. 3 weeks. Okay, give it 3 weeks then.
Yeah. I can accept that as a
Okay,
motion.
so make your motion.
Change the dates then, November.
I will make a motion that we allow the gymnastics group to use the gym from August 15th till 1st of November, and again from the last week in November until April 15th.
Okay. Questions? Counselor Kenley?
Is this a year by year thing? Is what I would like it to be.
That's the.
I don't want this to be a 3 or 4 year thing. I want it to be year by year.
Okay.
Just to
So
see
for
how it
2000,
goes.
so you're saying for this
For
year.
2000.
Just because if it's
Okay.
terrible and there's other groups that are
So let's amend your motion then
Okay, on a yearly
Counselor-
basis.
on a yearly
Yep,
basis.
take that to that.
Any other, so we need a motion. Ready? So I need a motion to accept the amendment, the friendly amendment. Let's start there.
I'll make that motion to accept the friendly.
but we don't need
amendment.
to do that.
But he did, because he made the motion. Counselor Court made the motion.
We didn't vote on it, did we?
No, but he still made the motion.
I'll accept the amendment.
Okay. I just want this in stone. Okay, so you're accepting the friendly motion.
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Moving right along. And the next one is Barrett Swenson, and we've just handled that. So I feel like there's no other conversation in regards to that. So we're going to go to 6C, tax sale updates.
Mayor, did you get the updated?
I did, yeah, right here.
Can we speak to that?
Yes, thank you.
Councillors, you'll recall you've made some motions on tax sale recently, and maybe fortunately and unfortunately in that order, we need to amend one and to add another one. So things changed even just today on this. So the mayor has a copy of the motion we're proposing. What we're asking is there was a tax sale set for April 30th on a property. We're asking that to be canceled. So the financial institution has stepped in and is taking care of all those outstanding taxes. So that needs to be canceled.
Right.
And then the second one is we have another property in which we need to set the date for August for the tax sale. The lot block and plan number is in the motion. And so that's what we're seeking, the one that Councillor Kenley is. I assume that's what you're holding,
Yeah.
Councillor
Yeah.
Kenley? Okay, thank you.
Am I doing both then?
Just
Oh, so
just
two
one.
separate motions,
Yeah,
please,
so
Councillor,
just
yeah.
one motion, if you would.
Yeah, okay, I'll make a motion to cancel the tax sale scheduled for April 30th, 2026 for 853 2nd Street East.
Questions? All in favor? Counselor Johnson, will you make the second motion? Just hand it down.
I'd like to make a motion to set August 13th, 2026 at 1 p.m. as the tax sale date for Plan 77-10921, Block 5, Lot 52, with the following terms. That the reserve bid will be set at $446,580. That payments must be made by cash, certified check, bank draft, or money order, and that GST will apply on land sold at the public auction.
Questions? All in favor? Thank you.
This is different than what we have, because there's two amounts.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 One got paid out at the last minute, Counselor. Thank you, Jill. Yeah, that's why they had to get us a new piece of paper. All right, moving right along, we've got 7A. We've got the committee reports. Any questions in regards to those?
It's a little bit of a disappointment for the library. The city of Lethbridge, I guess they're meeting on Friday, but they've turned down any kind of an increase. So it's like 7 years in a row that they've stopped any increases for the Chinook Arch. So we're a little upset about that because it's pretty hard to run when you can't get any kind of increases. That's my only comment on that.
That is unfortunate. Any other questions? Things are going well with your committees? Good. I appreciate you taking the time. Yep, go ahead.
I'm having a heck of a time putting together a rec board committee. I can't get enough volunteers. I can't seem to get, I'm not sure who I boost or kick or whatever to get them to.
There's people out there that want to do it. They just don't send their papers in.
Well, if you could tell me who they are.
Yeah.
I can give you a list of names. Not now. I can do it after.
Names. I'll take the papers right to them.
Yeah.
Parks and Rec.
Yeah, we haven't had a Parks and Rec meeting since last fall.
I've talked to probably 5-10 people that will. Oh, I'd love to do that. I'm like, it's great. It's 3 or 4 times a year.
Got 2 people on there right now. I gave one to another guy, and then there was a mention of a person from the county, but I haven't seen those if they've come in or not.
Okay.
So heck, could you give me?
It's just so weird for this town. You'd
I
think
know.
people would be like.
Well, when
I
we
don't
were
think
on
they
it, we
know.
had
That's the
tons of
problem. They don't bother to check.
So I guess, counselor, to that, I would just say maybe we as counselors need to be a little bit more proactive and walk it to them and say, let's go.
I did that on one occasion for sure. Yeah.
I haven't. I could. Go ahead.
Who's on there now?
Jordy Hagee and Logan.
Van Dusen.
Oh, Logan
Sorry.
Van Dusen. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you need how many? You need
I need 5 more.
5 more.
4 more.
4 more. Okay.
Plus me.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4 more.
Okay.
I'll start talking to some people.
let's
One
do
from the
that.
county and 3 from in town.
Let's
I'll
take
start-
that upon ourselves
yeah.
as council.
If you give me the names, I'll be glad to go talk to them. I get the paper for them.
I know
Thanks,
we.
Counselor.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I know we tried to talk to to get some First Nation like Charlie Weaselhead. I can talk to her again too. Just have some First Nation representation on parks because they obviously with slow pitch like tournaments and stuff like that. Lots of rec stuff going on.
Sounds good.
Is that within our bylaws to accept that?
They're from town,
Can
no?
be amended at large.
Oh, is she? I thought she was in the town. Maybe. Oh, I thought she
We
was
can
in
talk
town.
about names
Okay. Yeah,
later.
okay.
Okay, thanks, counselor.
Yep.
All right, let's turn the time over to Jeff for our CAO report for April 2026. Any questions? Other than everything takes a lot of time. Okay, seeing none, let's go on to Counselor Johnson. This is you. So you had a question.
Oh, yeah. 3 of us were talking earlier about the water source of the golf course and how Levitt irrigation works, timing, and everything like that. Councillor Selk and I remember distinctly when we built the water line from the St. Mary's and built the water line from the water treatment plant to the golf course, how it was supposed to be a continuous supply of water. We should never be. It was not designed only to be one source, but a dual source. And it seems like we're limited to one source now, and we're just wondering why that changed.
So is the one source you meaning Levitt irrigation? So no, we're not. In fact, we draw from the raw water reservoirs before Levitt irrigation comes in. Now we got a couple of challenges there. One is it's a really antiquated system. And even our Levitt irrigation system, it doesn't filter well. It really causes us a lot of grief downstream. Pressure goes from, in fact, why I happen to know this is someone who was just telling me this recently. Otherwise, I don't keep these numbers on the top of my head. But pressure goes from like 35 pounds at the lateral K down to about 110 by the time it gets down. And it's a problem. It causes us a few problems. But we have Levitt irrigation straight from the lateral K when that's running. And then this time of year, we draw from the raw water reservoirs. Now, that creates a bit of a, I'll call it mildly contentious relationship between, say, Curtis and the water department and the golf course, because Curtis is trying to make sure that before the water gets murky and turbid here in June, that the reservoirs are full. But we're drawing out of it at a pretty aggressive rate for the golf course. So That's not a perfect system. I would say we did some work, I think 2 years ago, to like our pump house. Well, we had a leak there this year. We had a massive sinkhole and a leak we had to fix, but that pump house is not functioning well anymore. It's time to replace really all the irrigation infrastructure from the lateral K all the way through the park system because it isn't working well at all. And but no, we do draw from this time of year until usually May long weekend. We draw from the raw water coming from the St. Mary's intake. Sometimes mechanically we have some problems, but most of the time, like we had to put $10,000 into that pump last year because it failed on us. So there's always some challenges with it. But yeah, I would say in your term, we need to talk about massive irrigation upgrades from the lateral K.
Thank you. That's great. Helps with the information. So I guess my question is there a time when that starts to flow and when they turn the irrigation on at the golf course, or
As far as coming from the raw water reservoirs, as
can be
soon
done
as
now?
yeah, as soon as we wish to. Yeah, that's fine. And so I know.
Do it.
Yeah.
Is there? Are we having an
It's
issue?
dying.
Yeah, it's just dead. The greens are just,
They're starting to die.
Okay.
it should have had water on it weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't know that. You know, we're just barely. I mean, we had some warm weather, then we got really cold again. So I don't know how that impacts it, but yeah, I trust that they are. Either there's a problem I'm not aware of. I don't think it's the case, but yeah, I'm not sure.
What we've been worried about is, the greens go dormant,
Yeah,
then it takes another month or a month
Yeah,
and a half to get
sure.
back to speed again, and so it's important to do the maintenance in the beginning so that
Yeah.
that doesn't happen.
It's so interesting because I was up there last week. I don't know, before it got cold again. And I was just asking, like, how did things come out of the winter? How's it going? And everyone was just way too happy about the condition of everything when I went up last week. So when I'm asking the questions, I'm being told by staff that, yeah, it's great. And we got a little bit on this screen and a little bit on this screen, but otherwise we're in great shape. So that concern is new to me, Counselor, based on the feedback I was getting.
It's a legitimate concern.
Yeah, okay.
Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. It's hard, right? Because when we're in the spring, our temperatures fluctuate from +20 to -20.
Yeah, we saw some massive
So-
fluctuations recently. Yeah.
I don't know, like, it's so hard.
Yeah, it's a tricky business.
Yeah,
For sure.
certainly. Okay.
Okay, that was
Thank
our
you for that.
question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Turn.
All right, moving right along, we have correspondence. I'm just going to go through them. Y'all have read them. We've got Jim Wild, Cody Toon, Stephen Gibbings, Steve Olson, Betsy Olson, Kayleen Schofield, Dorothy Calvert, that was hospital consideration, Janet Meehan, Janet Rolfson, and then we've got Robin McDougall from Alberta Gymnastics Federation. And then the last one was Honorable Dan Williams, Alberta Municipal Affairs. That was the update regarding the assessment. So that is the end of that, Councillor Court.
Just a quick comment on Dorothy Calvert's.
Go ahead.
Sounds really great, but the problem is doctors don't want to deliver anymore. But I don't think there's any nurse except for my wife and one other that actually delivered babies. And so that could be I have no problem with it. I think it's great. We needed a maternity suite, but how are we going to staff it? That's the only question. And then again, doctors don't seem to want to. It was great when Dr. Russell was around, but now he's not around. So he's around, but he's not practicing anymore. So
Right.
that's the only comment I have on that one.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to go in closed session?
I'd like a break first.
Yep. Okay, motion for a break.
We do have food coming at 6:30.
Go ahead, Councillor Court.
Go ahead then.
Yep.
All right.
Just like 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
You want to take that big of a break?
Or do you want to go into closed session first?
Well, I don't care at all. Like, you can go break now.
Can you go
Break
into
10
that? Sorry,
minutes.
can you go into a break while you're in closed session?
Recess before you go in closed
Yes,
session.
we need
I would
to.
say that's more appropriate.
Go ahead.
Okay, I move for a 10-minute break.
All in favor?
come out of.
Oh,
Or, yeah,
reconvene.
I'll make a motion to come out of break.
Closed
all
session.
in favor?
Yep.
I'll
Counselor
make a motion
Kenley,
to go into closed session.
all in favor? Thank you.